Assalamu alaikum, all of you.
Walaikum assalam, Amna. Where are you?
Walaikum assalam.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamualaikum, Brother Ahmed. Assalamualaikum. Are we live already?
Sadaf, your light is shining right on your face.
Oh my goodness, I have sunlight everywhere in my house. I have big windows.
I know.
What do I do?
That's the Noor.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, let me find another place.
Okay. Safra's at the top talking.
Oops.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you so much for joining and spending a part of your Ashura with us. We're so excited to have you all here. We thank you all for joining and being a part of our event. I would like to go ahead, first of all, with Imam Muhammad Ahmed Khan. He will go ahead and start with recitation of Quran, and then inshallah we will start with the other part of our program. Jazakallah khair for joining us. Go ahead, Imam Ahmed.
Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bihi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa nusalli ala rasulil kareem amma ba'd. I'm going to be reading a verse from Surah Al-Tahrim, which is very, very important. But if we look at the Quranic context in terms of family, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the importance of maintaining family ties 23 times in the entire Quran. And so maintaining family ties is part and parcel of our faith. It's part and parcel of our religion. In some narrations, it's tied to our sustenance even, mashallah. So this is a very beautiful goal that we have here, a very beautiful seminar that we have here today, mashallah. So with that, I'm going to begin. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا وأهليكم نارا يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون صدق الله العلي العظيم. In this verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He commands the believers to save themselves first and foremost, and then to save their family members from the fire. And so it's a communal obligation amongst us as Muslimin that we make measures, that we take measures to safeguard our family. As John F. Kennedy, he says that effort and courage without purpose and direction are futile. And so for us, our purpose and direction come from the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so we welcome you once again to this beautiful seminar. Jazakumullah khair for joining us, and Jazakumullah khair for giving us this opportunity to present the Quran, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Wassalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair, Imam Ahmed. Usually what I do is do the bio before, but I wanted you to listen to his amazing, mashallah, recitation and give you a little bit about Imam Ahmed is one of our imams here. He's local to Houston. He graduated from Zaytuna, mashallah, as a valedictorian, and he's the imam of one of our largest Islamic center here in Houston. So Imam Ahmed is a treasure for us here in Houston. Jazakallah khair for that beautiful recitation. So once again, assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Bibi Khan, and I am a part of the An-Nisa Hope Center team here in Houston. An-Nisa is a nonprofit organization, and our main focus is to help families that are in crisis and to relieve their stress. So with that in mind, this program is totally focused on family and inshallah on how we can relieve some of the problems and difficulties that we face in families, whether it's parents or children or community, whatever it is. With the COVID-19 and everything that's going on, there's lots and tons of family breakdown that's going on within the family unit. Everybody's home with each other 24/7, and you can tell how it can be draining at times. So one thing I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's important to get correct advice. Sometimes we go to the wrong people to get advice. The wrong advice can be more devastating than not getting advice at all. So I really would like to use this program, inshallah, to share beautiful advice to both the parent, the children, and to the situation, because every situation is different, every child is different, every parent is different. So inshallah, we'll move ahead with our program. We're very, very blessed to have amazing speakers like Shaykh Omar Suleiman, Ustadah Ieasha Prime, Ustadah Lobna, Mulla, Shaykh Suhail, Mullah, and Dr. Ketam, Hamdan, and of course, Isra, Chaker. We're really, really blessed to have all of them on, and I'm totally excited to start our program. I just want to remind you, the program is 2 hours long. At the end, we'll have the important question and answer and panel discussion. So I want you guys to try to stay on to the whole program, inshallah, and we will start our program with one of my favorite, my friend, my sister, I don't know, so many things to call her. Ustadah Ieasha Prime is a superstar, mashallah, all over the world, honestly. She's a director of women's programming in Dal Hijra in Virginia. And I went to see her great work, that she was doing, and mashallah, amazing, amazing. She's also the co-founder and executive director of Baraka Inc. And she's currently the scholar in residence and the chaplain at New York University. Mashallah, amazing. And you are going to love her insight on everything. Go ahead, Ustadah Ieasha from Assalamu alaikum. You're muted, I think.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I pray that everyone is doing well in Houston, that we're all safe and healthy. Jazakumullah alf khair for having this program, especially today on the day of Ashura. As subhanallah, this conversation, even though we think it's only about family, that really the healing that happens, that is necessary within the family, is a means of our liberation as well as our salvation. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us to learn all the lessons that are being taught here today. Inshallah, may it be a means of benefit, right, and healing for us. So I want to start, of course, with our intention is that, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always reminds us, you know, how important our intention is. And the Prophet ﷺ told us that every action is by its intention, and we will be dealt with according to what we intended. And so, Bismillah, we intend, right? We intend to expose ourselves to the mercy of Allah. We intend to expose ourselves to knowledge and wisdom, and that knowledge and wisdom may be a means of benefit for us. We are here in this webinar by the intention that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would make us and mold and shape us into the servants of His with whom He's well pleased, that we may rectify our consciousness, that we may expand our hearts, that this may be a means of healing, that we may uproot in us anything that is necessary to change, that we may uproot in us anything that is displeasing to Allah. We're here by the intention to strengthen the ummah of the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. We're here by the intention that us and our entire lineage can be amongst those that go to Jannatul Firdaus al-Ala. We're here by the intention that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would grant us all ma'arifah, that He would grant us mawaddah, that He would, in our relationships, in our marriage relationships, that He would grant that in our families, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would make our children and the parents from Qurratul Ayuni, that He would make us from our family members the coolness of our eyes, that He would heal the relationships between us, and that the ummah of the Prophet ﷺ would progress into upright righteousness, and that we may be a means of steadfastness and benefit to others. Allahumma ameen. So I want to start off with a story, inshallah. And it's a story of my daughter is 6. She currently is 9, but when this happened, she was 6. And this particular day, she was, you know, she woke up late, and so she was late to eat breakfast with the family, but she was sitting at the table by herself. And, you know, I was sitting beside her on the stairway, drinking my tea and just kind of watching and chatting with her as she was finishing her breakfast. So she turned to me and she said, "Mama, I have a question." So I said, "Sure, what's your question?" She said, "Do you have to get married to have a child?" And of course, all of my, you know, all my eyes widened, my ears perked up, my throat went dry. And I thought, my 6-year-old daughter is asking me, "Do you have to get married to have a child?" My 6-year-old daughter. And I was like, okay, I'm not sure where this came from or where this is headed. But I responded as best I could and said, "Well, of course you do." Because, you know, she said, "Well, why?" And I said, "Well, it's important for the balance of the child, that the child, you know, that the father offers something and the mother offers something, that the father has certain qualities that the mother doesn't have, and the mother has certain qualities that the father doesn't have. And so with the two of them together, right, there creates a balance and an excellent stronghold that the child can then stand up, right, by both of them and be able to be strong." And she, you know, listen, I thought, you know, I went back to sipping my tea, thinking that I had given her, you know, some kind of sufficient answer, hoping that was enough for her 6-year-old mind. She turned to me and she said, "But Mama, Maryam had a baby and she didn't get married, and Allah loved her." I literally spit out my tea. As I was sipping, I just was like, whoa, my 6-year-old daughter is telling me about how our mother Maryam alayha salam, right? She's literally saying, hey, she had a baby and she didn't get married. So, and Allah loved her. And really, I began to think and ponder upon the ways that we had introduced, right, these stories to her. And although we were sharing these stories with her, thinking they had one meaning, subhanAllah, how she was interpreting it in her 6-year-old mind. So, of course, without trying to go into the details of how babies are made, I said, well, this was a miracle for Maryam alayhi salam, that Allah Ta'ala gave her a really special miracle, that it was Allah who just commanded for her, you know, to be, and it was, and Allah gave her Prophet Isa without a father. And so this was something, you know, very unique to Maryam and to Isa. And so I thought, you know, as I began to try to expound a little bit on how special miracles were and how significant this miracle was, and that this wasn't a normal everyday occurrence. After I finished giving what I thought hopefully was a, you know, a sound and beneficial explanation, my 6-year-old then says to me, she still didn't get married. I literally thought to myself, oh my goodness, I better prepare myself more efficiently, because if this is the mind of my 6-year-old daughter, Allah help me when she turns 13. Allah help me when she turns 16. Later on that day, as I approached my husband, I went to him and hit him on the arm. And I said, listen, your job security is on the line. She's questioning at 6 years old what your relevance is to this situation. You better perk up, buddy, and you better get ready, because she's got some questions for us. And as we joked about that, what I began to realize, though, and as I have thought about that moment many times over the course of raising her, and many times since she said it, is about the importance of family. And what is it that family provides? Number one, that yes, it's supposed to provide that example. It's supposed to provide that example of balance. It's supposed to provide that example of mercy and compassion and warm welcoming. It's supposed to be family and home is that place where you should feel comfortable. You should feel free to be yourself. And then, of course, there's the other side of that. And that is, family is the place where spiritual tarbiyah occurs, where there is spiritual upbringing, where things such as discipline and focus are learned. It's also an opportunity, to be honest, because we know that within family, what we learn is about all the different personalities that exist, all the different dynamics that go along with living in close proximity to other people. That sometimes it's an example of mercy and compassion and generosity and sharing and understanding and love and what you should do. But many times it's not that. Many times it's the example for how do I learn to be resilient? How do I learn to be patient? How do I learn to be steadfast? How do I learn to be upright in whatever circumstances that I'm in? Sometimes family is that place where even, subhanAllah, we learn some of the greatest lessons of forgiveness. But mostly, when we look at those two sides, just like in any battery, there is a positive and there is a negative. But all of it should be a training for our character. All of it is a training for how we are with our Lord. So what becomes sincerely significant and really poignant in these days as we're facing COVID-19 and families are close together is that whether it's just between husband and wife, or whether it's between father and daughter, or mother and daughter, or father and son, that many times that we're mirrors to each other, that who we thought we were, when we shine that light, when that reflection is shown upon us in the face of our family members, we oftentimes recognize how much work I have to do, how much character I still need to develop, or what personality traits I need to change, what portion of trauma that's occurred in my life that this family is a means of healing or a means for me to face that it's time for me to address it. And so family is so key, because as we know that for us as Muslims, that family is the cornerstone of the community, that it is really, really family that actually sets the tone for how when one leaves that family, they're able to go and deal in the world. There's certain expectations that they have in the world. There's certain lessons that they learn from being inside of a family, that they learn how they should deal with challenges, how they should face personality differences, how they handle conflict, their level of forgiveness, or their ability to have teamwork or work with others, or all of these things are really why family is so key and so important. And so as Muslims, what we recognize is that whether that inside of family It's that place where literally the Quran and the prophetic example either comes alive or it dies. That family is that place where either I learn how true the Quran is, how true the prophetic message of the Prophet ﷺ is. Either I learn the relevance of it, how significant it is to my life, or it is the place where I learn about hypocrisy and I began to question all of it. And so just as a reminder that as we're coming together specifically with An-Nisa, whose goal and mission is to strengthen the family, let the family be a means of where we, number one, exercise those qualities of forgiveness. We exercise those qualities of mercy, compassion, but that we also exercise those qualities where we're able of self-reflection. For marriage is the partnership of self-transformation. That inside any marriage, I learn about who I am and who I'm not. And then I do everything I can possible to mold and shape and develop myself into the servant of Allah that He wants me to be. And so for us, we recognize in order for us to face Allah properly, we've got to deal with our families properly. Jazakumullah al-khair. May Allah bless Bibi Khan and An-Nisa, the entire An-Nisa team, for what they're doing in terms of making sure that the family is strong. And I'm looking forward to hearing from our other sheikhs and teachers, as well as Isra Chaker, to talk about how can we uplift and empower our youth? How can we truly be a means of empowerment for them, and how our marriages can become stronger? Jazakumullah al-khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, Sister Ieasha, for such an amazing and enlightening discussion, and such a great reminder that we need to ensure that our families become a source of comfort and not a source of hypocrisy. So amazing. Thank you so much. I just learned so much from what you just taught us, and we love having you on, and thank you for your time. Next, we have an amazing speaker, Sister Isra Chaker, who's going to talk about youth on the rise and how youth can change the world. Isra Chaker is a civil rights activist, campaigns and advocacy expert, and a public speaker. She serves as the Refugee Migration and Protection Campaign Lead at one of the leading international NGOs, Oxfam. Isra is the CEO of Chaker Solutions, LLC, and her vision is to provide communities with the knowledge, tools, and confidence to become effective leaders in their careers and communities. Thank you so much, Isra, for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing you speak.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everyone. Thank you all so much for having me. I am honored to be here. Thank you to the organizers who brought me for this event. And I thank you, Sister Ieasha, for all that you always say and all the knowledge that you give us as a community. My name is Isra Chaker, and I'm here to really talk about the role of youth in the world that we are living in today. Growing up visibly Muslim in Midwest America, I felt like an outsider, that I didn't belong. Even though I was born here, spoke like everyone else, had the same sort of background growing up in my small town like everyone else. But because I didn't look like everyone else, I was not as American as everyone else. In high school, I was the only hijabi, or person who wore the headscarf, in a school of 3,000 students. And instantly, I stood out like a sore thumb. I was bullied and discriminated against by my peers because of my hijab. Students would call me derogatory names like terrorist. Students would tell me to go back to where I came from. Little did they know that it was actually the hospital right down the road in my hometown. Students would attack me and pick on me. They leave derogatory and mean notes in my locker, even try to rip off my hijab as I was walking down the hallways. I quickly realized that the bullying made me feel alone and unwelcomed in my own hometown where I was born and raised. And no youth and no one should ever be made to feel that way. And because I didn't have a community of students, staff, and faculty that I could lean on for support, And because I didn't want anyone else who was Muslim or different in any way, shape, or form to feel the same discrimination and bullying that I felt, I decided to take action and do something about it. So I created something called Diversity Panel. I know, super cliche name, but I was 14 years old at the time. And Diversity Panel was exactly what it sounds like. It was a group of students who were diverse in any way in their identities, whether that was racially, religiously, ethnically, ability, it didn't matter. All were welcome to join this panel. And the goal was for us to come together as students and share our experiences as individuals, share a lot of the trauma that we endured from potentially peers and from our community and because of our identities, and talk about what the vision we wanted to see in our school and in the culture of our school. And Diversity Panel was essentially set up to be where incoming freshman classes would sit and listen to us share our stories. And then after, a guidance counselor would facilitate a meaningful conversation for people to give their feedback and reflect on what they had just heard. And I will never forget the first Diversity Panel where I instantly saw the walls of ignorance and hate be torn down in our school and bridges of acceptance, love, and tolerance being built to replace them. Right away, students felt that they finally had a space to share their stories, that their narrative mattered, that their voices mattered. And we had students come out and admit that they had been bullies to others and ask for forgiveness and commit to doing better. We had other students say that they had similar bullying experiences, but not because they were Muslim like me, but because they were ethnically different or ethnically diverse than others in their school. And we instantly started to see people having this conversation that was so critical at the time in our school. Diversity Panel was so successful that the principal asked me to do it for all classes, not just incoming freshman classes. And so by the time I graduated, I had shared my story to over 3,000 students. Seeing the positive change happen at my school because of this initiative, right? One initiative that caused such a huge impact, I recognized the power of my voice. And it remained a constant foundation in my life, leading the work I do now as an activist in Washington, D.C. Living in the current state of the world right now with all that is going on this year, especially, but especially since 2016, in this new administration, I see challenges that seem to be big and impossible for all of us, really, but especially youth. Youth are experiencing and really feeling the hardest of the negative policies and discriminatory rhetoric that we're constantly feeling and facing in the media and from elected officials. While the world feels overwhelming and out of our control in so many ways, what is in our control is having faith that this is all part of a bigger plan and that there is hope at the end of the tunnel, but also how we react and respond to these challenges. As youth, we need to recognize, and I need you all to recognize, that your voice matters and it can move mountains. No matter what anyone tells you, whoever that is in your life, your opinions, passions, identities, and dreams matter. And they need to be heard, fostered, and encouraged. So don't be scared to take action. As awful as the world seems and as overbearing as it seems, don't be scared. Don't hesitate. Change won't happen until we all play our role individually and collectively to make it happen. Don't doubt yourself. Don't give up. Change is not easy. Making a positive difference doesn't happen overnight. These things take a long time. And so this is not a sprint. This is not a marathon. It is a sprint in which we need to stay committed and supportive of one another. Participate in making change anywhere and everywhere you have access to. That includes in your own home, at the dinner table with your family, in your school, in your community, offline and online. Your voice is just as important as it is in person as it is online. And it's important to recognize that responsibility and that opportunity to seize that to make a difference. Show up for your community, and not just the Muslim community, but humanity overall. There are people who are under attack that you may not relate to. There are people who are struggling that you may not relate to their struggle. However, we as Muslims understand that if one person is struggling, all of us are struggling, and that there's a line, a thread of humanity and compassion that we need to be driven towards, fighting for justice together, collectively. So if one comes for one person, then we all respond to that, and we all feel and respond as allies and stand up for those communities. Be an active ally who recognizes their privilege and mobilizes themselves and others to commit to supporting others in their fight. Showing up can look like many different things. It can look like attending a rally. It can look like organizing an event, and in this day and age, virtual preferred. It can look like donating your finances, any extra money you have, to different causes that are fighting for justice and giving back to those in need. It can be getting out the vote and making sure that we recognize that our vote is our voice, especially in the world that we're living in today. And we should use it wisely and effectively. It should be showing up for your local community, volunteering at the local masjid, volunteering at food banks, volunteering your time, your energy to support people that are maybe seeking legal support for different things that are happening in the world, like at the border, for example. It includes speaking up and supporting vulnerable communities like refugees, like temporary protected status holders, like asylum seekers, like people who are discriminated against policies like the Muslim bans. It is all about using those opportunities to be making a difference. And it's, of course, constantly learning and staying engaged on current and historical injustices and amplifying the voices of those who are directly impacted. It is standing up for them under their leadership and under their guidance and what they need us to do. There are infinite ways to take action. What I ask you is to just take the first step, and things will fall into place. You will find new opportunities and new ways to connect with people around your communities. To the parents that are listening on this call, as someone who grew up in a very traditional and protective Arab American Muslim family, I understand the challenges that you all feel the world poses to children and to your youth today. I understand your need to protect them for their safety and for their well-being. It's exactly what parents should do. But please ensure that in your parenting and in your home, your child feels that their voice is recognized, that their voice matters, that their opinions are welcomed. That's exactly what my family did. And that is what's helped me grow into the person that I am today and have the strength in my faith and in my work and in my commitment and my purpose in this world and this dunya that I have today. That fostering that ability to grow into this role, to have their voice recognized and appreciated and valued within their own home will translate and have a ripple effect on who they are for years and years to come, the rest of their life, honestly. So please value that in your children. Please allow that environment to foster. If they want to pursue activities that relate to social justice, support it, encourage it. That is what our faith asks us to do and commands us to do, is to be part of that work for our communities and for humanity overall. There is so much that needs to get done, and the Muslim voice, Muslim youth voice needs to be there, needs to be part of it, because so much of the world impacts them. I've had people tell me personally that they are not political, and that is why they don't get involved in anything really that we're facing a lot in the world today. And my response to them, especially if they're from our community, is our existence in itself is political. Whether we like it or not, it is what it is. So whether we participate and show up and do something to influence things positively, that's on us. But it is a moral obligation. It is something that we need to do, and we need to feel supported in doing that. Encourage your kids to get out the vote. Encourage your kids to participate in the different systems of social giving back, civil liberties, civil rights. That is what we need. We need more of that. Yes, it can be an engineer or a doctor or whatever it is that their hope and desires to be. All careers are welcomed. All careers are valuable and important. But being someone who's an advocate for others is not a career choice. It's a sense of purpose that can be used in any career. So please foster that, appreciate it, and help them grow and support that. Like I know our community is incredible in doing. And to all the youth listening, we need you. I really want you to hear that. And I really want you to understand that. We need you. Every single one of you, every single part of you. We need you to be part of our movement. We need you to participate in building the world that we envision, that we need. Your voice is critical. Your participation is critical. You are our anchor because you are the hope that will lead future generations. As cliche as that sounds, it is 100% true. And we have seen it happen historically in our country time and time again, because you will lead future generations in light, justice, and equality. Thank you all so much for having me. Jazakallah khair. I wish you all the best. And thank you so much to the organizers again for including me in this amazing program. It's such an honor for me. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Isra. That was amazing. I am guilty of one of those people who, when people were like, I'm like, oh, I'm not political. I'm not political. And what you said just enlightened us so much as parents too, to make sure that our kids' voices are heard in the home and that we encourage that, because you're so right. In this climate that we're in, it's so important that each and every one of us gets out there and does what's needed to be done. And we can't make that excuse that we're not political anymore. So beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. So many of your points were just like hit me in the heart. Even what you said about that this is, I think that with the world of instant gratification right now, we're not used to spending so much time on things. And what you said that this is a sprint, it's not, this is a marathon, it's not just a sprint. I mean, amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Ketam Hamdan. Well, first of all, let me introduce myself because I think I forgot to do that. My name is Sadaf Patel, and I am the Case Management Director and Community Liaison for An-Nisa Hope Center, and I love my job. So next, I'd love to introduce Dr. Ketam Hamdan, who's going to talk about how to be a better parent. Dr. Hamdan holds a PhD in psychology. She also holds a master's in theological studies in religion and psychology from Harvard University, as well as a master's of science from Columbia University in strategic communications. Dr. Hamdan has worked around the world as an international management consultant and is passionate about fusing multiple disciplines, that is psychology, leadership, religion, and neuroscience, to help awaken and make people more self-aware. She is the development director for An-Nisa, and she is an amazing friend. Before I hand it off to Dr. Hamdan, I want to tell you guys how much she has helped us at An-Nisa to develop with her. She gives us happiness lessons on mindfulness and honestly keeps us sane, because we deal with families in crisis situations. And every day we hear so many stories that would break us if we didn't have Dr. Hamdan to repair us all the time. So thank you, Dr. Hamdan, for everything you do for us. And I'm excited to hear what you have to say. So welcome.
Thank you, Sadaf. As usual, you always make my ego feel good. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me today. I'm actually going to be talking about a topic that I don't usually talk about, which is about parenting. And as a mother of 3, it's actually a topic that I'm personally passionate about, but it's also something that I continuously work with my clients about. Now, how to be a better parent is something that's actually really important for us, because it's important that and I believe Sister Ieasha talked about this before, is where we need to set our intention. Okay, so we need to set our intention to be open to growth and learning, because what I am going to talk to you about today is a bit unconventional and it's not your traditional parenting model. And the reason being this is so important is that we don't have a choice. We need to do something differently. If we look at the numbers and the research and the statistics, suicide among children is on the rise. There's something fundamentally that's happening that needs to shift in order for us to get these numbers to go down. They only keep increasing every single year. Drug addiction, anxiety, depression in children is also increasing. I mean, I don't want to bore you with statistic and numbers, but it's when you look at the numbers, you only see continuing growth from year to year. As a result, that means that something is fundamentally going wrong at home and in the systems. And we're not here to blame parents, but we're here to say that, you know, we can do things differently to help reduce these numbers. Now, the type of parenting that I want to talk to you about is actually not your traditional model where what you need to do to control and discipline your child. It's actually around, we have to parent ourselves first before we can actually parent our child. And all the people are like, what does that really mean? In order to parent our kids, we have to understand what our triggers are. So when kids are born, when children are born, connection is the heart of their survival and well-being. And there's infinite brain studies showing that what happens to an infant if they don't have any connection with their adult caretakers. Now, we learn to be parents through trial and error by our own parents, some of the society's conditioning, through the discipline model of like timeouts. But there's never usually like this mandatory course that you have to go into to be an actual parent. And despite our best intentions, what ends up happening is the control model or the discipline approach actually starts making our children feel unsafe, not seen, and not heard. And so what happens is you become disconnected. So if the intent is, if you feel safe and loved and secure, then you feel connected. But if you don't, then disconnection becomes the enemy. And this is actually the same thing when you're in a relationship. And I work with a lot of couples to actually help them understand what causes disconnection. Now, what leads to disconnection with children is a bit different, because at the end of the day, we think we're doing what's best for our kids because we're there to control them, which is not necessarily the right mentality to have. We have to understand that in order to maintain a sense of connection with our kids, we have to actually understand our own resolved issues. And what I'm going to do in the next few slides after this is give you some examples so it doesn't stay so abstract. We think our job is to control a child or to give them some more discipline. But the reality is we actually have to understand ourselves in order for us to be able to respond in a healthier way. And I'm going to give an example. So your 7-year-old leaves their dirty clothes in the bathroom. You tell them 3 times, if not more, please pick up your dirty clothes. After an hour, you walk into the bathroom and you notice the clothes are still sitting on the floor. Natural automatic reaction is you get angry and start yelling and screaming at the top of your lung. You never listen. Why do I have to yell? How many times do I have to tell you? And all those wonderful things that many of us have done. What happens in that instant? How's the child feeling? The thing is that the intention is right in terms of you need to discipline the child because they didn't pick up the kids. But when you end up yelling and screaming and telling the child you never listen, there's an actual criticism there coming out. And what we criticize our kids about is actually a window into our own unresolved issues. So in this situation, the whole you never listen, because my guess is that this parent told the child that several times over many issues, whether it's picking up their shoes, picking up their clothes, calling their name to do their work or something. For the parent here in this case, there's a hidden need. And the hidden needs, I need to feel respected and heard. And so when the language is less you focused and shaming and blaming towards the child, where it makes the child feel like they're a horrible kid, and more focused I center to, you know, I need to feel respected and heard. When I ask you to do something, can you please do it? It ends up being a very different conversation and a very different outcome. Now, I know firsthand as a mom that when I'm able to do this, because I don't do this all the time, but I need to do a better job of it, that I can actually have a more likely to get what I want. The problem becomes is that many of us don't understand what we need. And so if you find yourself repeatedly telling your child, you never listen, you never listen, you never listen, it probably, if that's more of your go-to, then chances are you probably have a need around being respected and heard. And if you own that need and feeling, you can actually then calm yourself down so you can then actually talk to the child more calmly and in a more effective way. Now, another thing is when we react, we can actually have an understanding into a window into our feelings. So for another example is your child can't find his backpack or his shoes. The go-to phrase is, you're always losing things. We're going to be late. I'm just going to leave you here. And the parent storms out. In this situation, what's really going on for the parent, if they actually take the time to pause and catch themselves, because a lot of times we're just automatically reacting, is we have an opportunity to actually understand what are we feeling. And the parent in this situation, they're feeling stressed because they have to get to work on time. And they're also feeling, I don't want to be a bad parent and get you late to school. But that language is actually not coming out. What's coming out is a lot of shaming and blaming towards the child and making the child feel disconnected from the parent. And so in being able to own your feelings and control them, you will then be able to kind of lean in and figure out, what can I do to help the child so you're not getting into this power struggle. Now, the key thing is, and I only had 15 minutes, so it's very difficult to talk about a very complex subject, but it's just to plant the seed of connection before correction. And we all as parents want to love our kids, but often, unfortunately, the way we execute it is not through love. It usually comes out in a very unloving manner. So the other thing that I want to share is a notion around punishment and discipline. I'm not saying that kids they definitely need punishment, or not punishment, they definitely need some type of discipline, but not where you make them feel bad for who they are, because it doesn't resolve the actual issue. And, one of the things that I used to do in the beginning, because I was told it was the best thing to do, is timeouts. Now, through different brain studies that they've done, they've actually found that timeouts can actually be very harmful to a child, to the fact that they actually found that timeouts can actually be equivalent to a spanking. And the reason being is that in those moments, you're not connecting with the child when they're in the timeout. Misbehavior equals a need. The child has some type of need that's not being met. And so when you put them in timeout, it ends up not addressing the need. It just ends up punishing them for what they do need. And this is an example of a brain study that was shown that when emotional connection isn't happening, it does impact their brain development. It's in the form of, the actual, the extreme neglect. The size of the brain is smaller, their comprehension and the gray matter is smaller. So they're now starting to do more and more neuroscience studies on this to be able to have data to actually show more concrete proof and not just be this kind of difference of opinions of discipline and styles. All right, do timeouts work? Your child hits his brother and you put him in timeout. Now, and I've done this. The irony is that how does the timeout actually solve the problem? You punish the child, but you don't solve the issue. And this is where we need to lean in and figure out and actually try to understand our child. We can't do that if we don't understand ourselves, because if you're just too busy reacting and getting angry and not leaning into your child to help remedy the situation, you're just actually creating more and more disconnection. This is an example. Instead of a timeout, they say try a time in. So in this situation where the child hit his brother, or the one child hit another one, and something you could say is, wow, you seem really frustrated. And then maybe even take it a step further and try to understand, because some kids can't articulate what they're feeling. Were you envious your brother finishes Legos first? So you have an opportunity to kind of get behind and get the child to understand why they're actually acting out what they're feeling, which is going to lead to more connection versus just putting them in timeout where they actually are going to feel isolated and alone. And it doesn't remedy the problem. Next time, I did this to my son, and then 10 minutes later, after he was out of timeout, he was hitting his brother again. So you're more likely to get somewhere where you can correct the behavior if you're connecting first. Now, another example is labeling the behavior, not the child. And this was something actually that someone pointed out to me, and I realized, I've heard different parents will be like, oh, he's a bad kid. And it's usually because they did something bad. You hit your brother, you're a bad child, and we mean well by it, but at the end, what ends up happening, it becomes the child takes on that label and starts believing it. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's very important to separate the behavior from the child. So when you do something bad, you say, hitting is bad, you're a good kid. It's very important to differentiate. So then the child doesn't take those labels and overlay them as their sense of self. And these are some examples that I put, like hitting hurts, we don't hit, hitting is bad, but you're a good kid. And then you have to connect before you correct, because if you just go in and start trying to correct, it just falls on deaf ears. And so the child, I can see that you're upset and frustrated. Grabbing something out of your brother's hand is not nice. Taking things without asking is bad, but you're a good kid. It sounds, you know, some people are like, oh, that sounds kind of cheesy, but it's actually necessary so the child doesn't internalize your own language as upon them. Burping in my face is bad. Burping is bad behavior. I love you. You're a good kid who can do good things. And then once you connect, you can then correct. But it's most of the time we're coming in and we're just telling them, don't do that. Don't do this. You're, you know, bad. And so what ends up happening is improvement isn't made. All right. I feel like I'm saying a lot of different things here, and it's hard when you're not receiving feedback, but I just wanted to share these examples because, you know, I see the consequences of these in the adults that I treat. Is that when growing up, they heard that they were a bad kid because they did hit their son. So they took it on upon themselves that they're a bad person, when in reality, they might have done bad things, but overall we're all good people. And so it's very important to separate those two, because the shame around being bad and the undoing that long-term is very difficult. Now, here's another example. When your child says, you don't love me, the natural reaction is to say, well, that's ridiculous. Of course I do. And when you do that, what you're doing is you're immediately dismissing what your child is actually trying to say. Now, you can't lean in and figure out what your child is trying to say if you don't understand yourself. It actually takes you calming down and being curious, saying, okay, what's going on here? Something else is going on here. Let me validate what's going on to my child. So what you could do is try to tell the story. You know, so in this case, the child is mad because you said no, and then they take that as you don't love me. So you kind of will tell your child is, when I say no, it feels like I don't love you. It feels that it's basically a bad thing that big. So I hear you. So you're not dismissing the child. You're not kind of telling them, oh, you're being ridiculous. You're actually trying to understand why they're saying you don't love me, which is very different, and it takes effort. All right. In summary, we need to learn about ourselves first, and I can't emphasize the notion of connection before correction. In order to put your ego on the side, you actually have to know what is your ego and what are your triggers. And instead of labeling your child as, you know, let's avoid labeling our child as good or bad, because then it doesn't resolve the things that are happening. And then be open and consciously attuned to your child to kind of understand things from their world. That's all I have for. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Hamdan. So I have a quick question to ask you. What is the right age to start disciplining our children? I know a lot of people are saying right from birth you should start disciplining, but what do you think is the right age, and are there different steps of discipline?
So yeah, I mean, that's a very loaded question, because the notion of discipline, if it comes down into control, can be, you know, any misbehavior needs to be corrected. Okay, but the notion is that the notion of discipline, of punishment is what's getting us into trouble. You know, one of the things that we're getting a lot of calls at the center for is drug addiction. Okay, and I'm going to kind of go around your question, is that the root of what the research is finding of any type of addiction or misbehavior is disconnection. We need to focus less on discipline and more on how do we connect to our kids. You can connect, the discipline happens through the connection, and that's from birth to, you know, adulthood. It's not a time frame. Are there appropriate things to do? There's different models. I mean, you know, a lot of people will tell you start a timeout at the age of 2, but if you understand the concept of what timeout, how it can actually hurt the child, you don't focus on using timeouts. You focus on how do I connect with my child, and then correct the behavior. And so, you know, like I said, that's a long-winded response to yours, but it's a very different model. Dr. Shefley is one of the ones who pioneered this notion of conscious parenting. And I'm actually even more passionate about it, because I see the adults who have the childhood issues, that they were dismissed as kids, they were not heard, and now they have problems in their relationships and in their life because of their childhood issues. So as parents, if we actually take, you know, the approach of understanding ourselves better, we can actually then connect with our kids to actually help them make better choices. Because the notion of discipline is coming out in the form of punishment, but it's with the intention of guiding our kids to doing the right thing. But so many of our parents guide their kids to the right thing, and the child still doesn't choose the right thing. So we have to change our mentality about what parenting is. And I actually think, and inshallah, I hope Omar Suleiman talks about some of the Islamic principles around parenting, which is, I don't believe a discipline model. I believe it is more of a conscious parenting model of gentleness, kindness, connection.
So lately we've been hearing a lot about connection before correction. I think that's like one of the biggest things that's going around right now. But a lot of people will say, I have connection with my kids, right? But their connection is not what the kids consider connection. Mm-hmm. So that's another thing. How do we even know when we have the right connection with our kids?
If you're having misbehavior, there most likely there's a disconnection. Mm. Okay. One of the examples that I was going to share was about, I had a client, okay, it was a mushroom soup story. And she basically, one of the things that she came in and she's like, my daughter hates me. She can't, she just tells me she hates me. She doesn't share anything with me. And I said to her, why don't you tell me a little bit about your own past, your own upbringing? And, she's a 37-year-old, very successful woman. And she said to me, well, one of the things that stands out for me from childhood is mushroom soup. And I'm like, mushroom soup? She said, yeah, my mom used to always make mushroom soup and I couldn't get off the table until I ate the whole bowl. And she goes, I hate mushroom soup. I want to vomit from it. She can't stand the taste. But my parents didn't care. I had to eat the whole bowl. And so unconsciously, what she didn't realize is that she was parenting the way her parents parented her, which is she kept making her daughter do things that her daughter didn't want to do. She thought she was looking out for her best interest, and I ended up having a session with both of them. And the key insight was that the daughter was like, my mom doesn't know who I am or what I like. It's like, if I don't do what she wants, then there's no discussion. And so we all mean well, we want to give our kids the best, but we also have to understand why we do things the way we do and how it leads to our past. And then also realize how it's impacting those around us. Does that answer your?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. But, a lot of the cases like, that we get at An-Nisa even, the biggest complaint that parents have is that my kids don't listen to me, right? The thing that really bothers me that parents says the most is, I know my child better than he knows himself. This is such it's across the world that everybody thinks that, right? I know what's good for my child. Nobody can tell me what's good for my child. How does that affect a child or even the parents psychologically?
Well, when a child feels unheard, the misbehavior will, I'm not a big Freud fan, but Freud always said it. It's that people don't remember their past or don't understand things. They'll act out what they feel. Okay. Mm-hmm. So if a child doesn't feel that their voice is heard or respected, it will show up in terms of misbehavior. So what I've noticed is that parents dismiss all this stuff, but then when the child is now 15, 16 and sneaking out and doing drugs or, drinking alcohol, now all of a sudden they're coming to therapy trying to get help because they thought everything that they thought was best for their child is no longer working. So, I guess this is a warning for, parents, is that don't wait until your child becomes a drug addict to start trying to do things differently. Don't wait until start paying attention to the research is showing that how we're parenting needs to be done differently.
And I know I put you on the hot spot because we were not supposed to ask questions, but your presentation really woke up a lot of things that I'm thinking about for our kids especially. And a big thing that's happening now is honestly and truly a lot of 12-year-old, 13-year-old are trying to commit suicide or are threatening to commit suicide. So, and I know you have handled many kids with this, and Amna herself has handled many, but is there a way to prevent that from happening? Or are they just looking for, for attention? Because that's what the parents think, right? They're looking for attention. What is the take on that?
Well, I had actually a suicide call from a 16-year-old. And I asked them, where are your parents? And she said, they're outside in the living room. And that broke my heart, because it was, you're living in the same household, you're one room over, your child is in the other room calling someone because they're on the verge of suicide. If that's not the biggest example of disconnection. And her thing is, I can't talk to my parents. They don't understand me. And so whenever I ask her, like, what does that look like? She says that, you know, I'll try to mention something to them and they immediately dismiss it. Oh, Beta, you're making a big deal of this. Oh, it's okay. You know, like, you have to be strong and not worry about them. It's complete dismissing of what the child is feeling. And that's why one of the things, you know, that we're being, you know, spending more time is trying to actually connect people to their feelings. Because if the parents don't know their feelings and they've suppressed them all their life, you can't lean in and give your kids that. You can't understand your child's feelings if you don't understand your own feelings. You know, Bibi, a lot of the clients that we're working with, they do come in from trauma. And if they've never worked through their own trauma, so how are they going to help their kids if they don't even know what they're feeling? You know, there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm very optimistic because I have seen the people that have actually stepped up to start learning about themselves are able to be better parents. I know myself, the more I learn about myself, the more I can actually lean in and do things differently. It's a process. We have to start somewhere, because if we continue as is, the numbers for, and you know, the number of kids on anxiety and depression medication is just, it's astonishing.
Yeah. So one of the things that's really concerning to me is that, you know, for years, I thought I was the best parent in the world. There was nobody as great as I was. You know, my kids, alhamdulillah, they turned out well. And I, you know, for years I said, you know, I'm the best parent, the best mother ever. Until my kids, they started to bring things to me that, you know, like correcting me, but in a very mannerly way, but in a way that I took a step back and I realized, oh my gosh, that is true. I do this and I need to stop doing this. But as parents, sometimes we never have an idea that we're making errors until someone educate us, right? In my situation, my kids did it, but I am not going to say to my kids, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. I am your mother, right? That's the one thing we cannot do. So what is your suggestion to parents who are in this position? Because I'm telling you, I literally, the first time my son corrected me, first I lashed out for a minute, but then I took a step back and I said, oh my gosh, he is right. And I have learned from it. And now they correct me all the time, but that's besides the point. But what do you think is that, what's your suggestion, advice to parents who get this, that happens to them?
Well, it has to, you know, like, and I think it goes back into having the intention to grow. One of the things is that we think that we were already parented, we were controlled, now it's our turn to kind of be the boss. We have to change that mentality. It's not a top-down hierarchy of like, I'm the authority figure, you're my, you know, subordinate, and you have to do as I say. There needs to be a paradigm shift where it's, you can learn about yourself from your kids. I mean, I learned about myself when I saw my, you know, 6-year-old kind of mocking me to his, he was doing to his brother what I do, of kind of like, you know, putting his hand on his hip saying, didn't I tell you? And I'm just like, and it was, but you know, and that was like, I had to kind of step back and be like, whoa, like they mirror what you do. So if your child is doing something that you don't like, maybe you need to stop and ask yourself, because sometimes they won't tell you, Bibi. In your case, your kids told you, but if you see your kids doing something you don't like, maybe you need to ask yourself, what am I doing that looks like that? Because a lot of times they're going to do what you do, not what you say. You know, if you're not praying and you're telling your child to get up and pray, they're not going to pray.
Yeah. If
you're not being kind and speaking softly and you're telling them, oh, use your inside voice, they're not going to use your inside voice. So we need to, this is what I'm saying. It's a very different mindset of parenting, where you're looking at yourself and taking responsibility for yourself first in order to be more effective with your kids. It's not a top-down like control model.
Mm-hmm. And I think that old saying, I know my grandparents said it, my mom said it, and I say it all the time, the kids do what they see. And I think a lot of us as parents, we kind of forget that, right? And then we just We just expect them to do better, but they're not seeing better, you know? So, but educating our community, I think, is the most, educating communities all over. It's the most important thing, because I know a lot of people say, no, there's a generation gap, but I don't believe in that. I believe it's a mindset gap. I really do, because I know I am from a generation, I've seen other parents who are from my generation, and they don't behave like I do, or they don't behave like half of the people that, you know, so we're like a 50-50. We're trying to keep up with our kids. Some people don't want to keep up with their kids. So where is the generation gap? No, I believe that it's a mindset gap. Some of us never want to move ahead. We never want to say, you know, we need to develop. Our kids are growing, we need to grow too. It's like simple internet, right? A lot of parents don't even know what their kids are doing on the internet. You know, they're 12-year-old, they're 13-year-old. So I think that's a big part of educating ourselves, is a big part of proper parenting.
Yeah, and I remember when, you know, my children are obsessed with iPads and games, and I remember reaching out to one of my mentors, and who's a famous child psychologist, and he said, look, if you ban them from it, it's not going to solve the problem. He said, instead of banning them, engage them and see what they're doing on it. So it becomes a connection point, because taking it away isn't going to solve the need. The need that they want is they want to do it. Everybody's doing it, he's using it. Instead of just taking it away, lean in and actually engage with them. Use it as an engagement or connection. Play a game with them. Don't make it a point of like isolation and a power struggle.
Yeah.
And then you'll be able to get more from that, and then you can use that. He said, and so if you have someone who's trying to friend them or chat with them or do something that's not safe, that's a teaching opportunity, because you're engaged with them. You can be like, oh, okay, let's not accept friend requests from people we don't know, as opposed to kind of like, no, don't do this. It's like you said, it's a mindset shift. And the other thing is, Bibi, the irony is that, so I specialize in relationships and work with a lot of couples, and couples usually come to me when they're having problems. And when you're in a relationship and you're having problems, or you're on the verge of divorce, that's when you know you need to go get help, right? The irony is that when you're a child, you know, a parent, because the dynamics, it's a power dynamics. It's not kind of like an equal dynamics. It's not until many, many years later, when the child wants to, you know, informally divorce the parents by like just not staying in contact when they're 18. It's avoiding that, right? Because when the disconnection is happening, you don't have the luxury like you do maybe in a regular relationship, where the problems are more obvious and you have to go get help because you're going to get divorced. But with your kids, is that if you're not listening to you, they're not spending time with you, they're not talking to you, something different needs to happen. You know,
I agree.
The signs are always there if we choose to see them.
Yeah, correct. So Dr. Hamdan, I'm going to tell you, thank you so much. Jazakallah khair. You are, as usual, always amazing. You have brought insight into a lot of topics here in Houston. And I think your knowledge and your experience has helped a lot of us to grow. So Jazakallah khair, you are a superstar in my eyes, mashallah.
And likewise.
Don't go though, stay on. Inshallah, Shaykh is up next. But before I get to Shaykh, I wanted to do a couple of things. One of them is to thank our marketing director, Safra Khan, for this entire program. I'll tell you, she single-handedly created, developed, and produced this entire program. The only thing we did was gave her orders, and you know, and she's so sick and tired of her orders. But alhamdulillah, she did an amazing job. And I just want to say Jazakallah khair for your professionalism and amazing work that you have done. The second thing is I wanted to say Jazakallah khair to Amud Foundation. MashaAllah, they are an amazing organization. They're a nonprofit, and what they do, they do locally and globally, they impact communities that are needing help. So they provide food, water, services to make you know, the world a lot better place for a lot of people in need. So these are two things I wanted to share with you. And as we move on, Sheikh Omar Suleiman will be up next, and he doesn't need an introduction, but Shaykh is one of the people who's actually making a difference for the Muslim Ummah here in the United States, throughout the world. You know, he's a humanitarian, he's an activist. And the most important thing for me about Shaykh is that he's a person that everyone is aiming to be like, right? So like we're talking about parents and their youth right now. That's the whole thing. If we are these great role models, our children will want to be like us. So I think a big part of us knowing, we have to kind of like get ourselves educated again. I'm saying we have to educate ourselves as what is a good parent? What am I doing wrong? Why are my kids not wanting to be a part of me? Why are they running away from me instead of being with me? You know, why are they not listening to me? So this is really important for all of us. And I think having these great role models in the Muslim community, I think that is one of the things that we need to do. Is Isra still on? Okay, so one of the questions that I really definitely wanted to ask Dr. Hamdan and Isra, if she's on, is how do we get the youth to rise up to want to do better? Like how do we entice them to become leaders and not to just leave Islam or not to just leave our community? Because a lot of the problems we're seeing is the youth, they want to just jump ship, right? They're like, we're done with these communities. We, you know, this old mentality. There's so many excuses for them to leave us, and not only leave us, but leave Islam. So can you just give us just a quick insight of what we can do to hold on to our youth?
Sure. I mean, I can speak to just before Dr. Ketam jumps in with her comments, which I'm eager to hear as well. From my perspective, as I mentioned, I think a lot of it is fostered right at home, Sister Bibi. It is all about making sure that the home is a welcoming place for opinions, for thoughts, for perspectives, and that youth are treated like someone in the family who is respected. And I do think that a lot of times in different family settings and in different community settings, youth have always been made to feel like they don't have a say in anything, that they don't have a role to play, that it's not their place to speak up, it's not their place to say something or take action. And they're barely given any responsibility or ownership or autonomy in creating a community that makes sense, and creating a community where they feel like they belong. And so my advice is to really recognize that youth are very valuable. And they can bring so much to the table, and they can offer so much insight to the older generations and to people who are in different levels of life and different experiences of life. And to know that the world is shifting in itself, and where movements are really led by youth, change is happening at the hands of youth. I think a lot of people need to recognize that we need to foster them and welcome them to the table. They do have a seat at the table. In fact, they have several seats at the table, and we want to know their opinions on things. And one piece of tactical advice is, in masjids, there should be a youth committee led by youths. And that's by youth, kids and children and anyone of all ages who feel like this is their space to create. There should be an area that they are able to make their own. They should be physically. There should then be activities and a budget put behind supporting activities they want to do. There should be trainings that are brought in by different people and different activists and different trainers from different walks of life, right? Whether that's training the youth on how to get out the vote, or training the youth on how to organize an event, or training youth on financial literacy, or even talking about lessons of faith, right? And the strength of our faith and activism from the lens of our faith. There are ways to engage the youth in a way that still allows them to learn, right? For them to stay engaged in the community, but they are respected as autonomous individuals who have a role to play and who want to be welcomed into that role. So I would say a lot of it is making sure that you create that space for them to feel like they belong, because a lot of times they're pulling away when they feel like they don't belong in these spaces. And so if you create the spaces where they feel that way, that's led by them, where they're not just consulted, they're part of the collaborative process and they're deemed as a shareholder, I think you'll see a very different reaction and a very different level of engagement from youth.
And before I jump over to Shaykh, that's very important. I think when we give them that space, we have to leave them alone, right? I think a big part is that micromanagement. Jazakallah khair for that excellent reply. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Dr. Omar Suleiman, Shaykh Omar Suleiman, mashallah. He's the founder of Yaqeen Institute and for Islamic Research. He's a professor of Islamic Studies and the Graduate Liberal Studies program at Southern Methodist University. He's also a resident scholar at Valley Ranch Islamic Center. Shaykh Omar Suleiman is so many things wrapped up in one, mashallah. He's a humanitarian, he's an activist, he's the voice of the Muslims everywhere, mashallah. And most importantly, though, the reason why this program could not happen without him, because he is a role model that I think a lot of us want our youth to be. So I'm not going to waste his time. So I'll go ahead, Shaykh. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khair for the introduction. Unworthy of it, but I appreciate it coming from someone like yourself who does so much work in the community. And often those of us who are known most for their public speaking have an outsized appreciation, and those of us who are on the ground working all the time, like yourself, Sister Bibi, and those of you, mashallah, who do the groundwork with An-Nisa and with Amud have an undersized appreciation. So we appreciate all of you for the work that you do, the calls that you take late at night, the drives that you have to make during the day, and all of the services that you offer to people that struggle in silence, but are now finding a voice through the wonderful work of An-Nisa and the work of Amud Foundation, and reaching a people who lack the most basic component of water in their lives, subhanAllah. It's hard to think about, Ashura and the story of Musa alayhi salam and his people, Allah Azza wa Jal parting the water for them, the seas for them as they walk through it, without thinking about those that are flooded by an abundance of water in places like Karachi and Afghanistan, and those that are struggling with a lack of water in places like Somalia. And of course, those of us in from the south are very familiar with what flooding looks like. And alhamdulillah, I know that our brothers and sisters in Houston were spared, I believe entirely, but for the most part from these recent hurricanes. And I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep us always safe and with perspective on how to do that which is right. Allahumma ameen. With that, bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi man wala. What I wanted to speak about in this particular context, and we're talking about, family matters and navigating through difficulty together. I think that the key word is difficulty. Obviously, together is something that we should be, whether we are in ease or in hardship. This idea of staying together, of empathizing with one another, of loving one another through our hardship and ease. But the part about difficulty is very important, because often the way that people justify to themselves and to their loved ones their concern for self above family, and what seems to be at times an obsession with self, which can of course be a narcissism, is by maximizing their own difficulty, and in the process minimizing the difficulty of everyone else. Now I know, mashallah, we have people that are far more qualified to speak to the psychology of this all, so forgive me if I dabble in this a bit, and feel free to correct me, inshallah ta'ala, those who are professionals on any of these subjects. But maximizing our own difficulties and minimizing the difficulties of people around us. Now there's a selfishness that we have with our family around the globe, when as long as we are not in difficulty, meaning Western Muslims, then we're okay, right? We're okay with, and that's not to say that there aren't Western Muslims that are in difficulty, but I'm just talking about the geographical element that many people feel completely undisturbed and undisrupted by what takes place in different parts of the world, because it's not happening to me. So yes, it's a difficulty. It's bad, but at the end of the day, I need to worry about putting food on the table. I need to worry about my paycheck. I need to worry about this, and this, and that on my own. And so, just from a purely pastoral perspective, often, I see people that go through a faith crisis, not because of some terrible tragedy that took place somewhere else, but a tragedy or something that they had to overcome of difficulty. And it's far less in terms of scope than other major tragedies that have unfolded that they're aware of. But because it affects me, then it's much worse. So that's sort of, if you're thinking about the geographical part of this, or the neglect of people, even subhanAllah, and what's developing of an apartheid of sorts in many different cities here in the United States, where, I don't have to go to certain areas. I don't have to worry about this person. This issue doesn't affect me. And so there's a way of belittling those issues and belittling our own concern for those issues, either intentionally or unintentionally, because that doesn't concern me. That's not about me, and when you think about what that plays out like in a family structure, okay, if I feel like I'm going through something and, my difficulty is more worthy of consideration than the difficulty of everyone else, then I might not just dismiss the difficulties that other people have, but I might dismiss those people altogether. And in the process become very, very selfish and very narcissistic. And so, subhanAllah, it's important for us to take a step back and to understand everyone is somehow struggling as a result of this pandemic. Everyone is feeling stress in some way. Our children, who aren't able to have a normal school and social life, they're struggling and they're going to act out in certain ways. Someone that might have financial considerations, and those financial considerations have significantly changed. They're going to have certain, forms of apprehension that they now feel. Someone who, maybe used to look to their friends as a valve of sorts, or some sort of breather to deal with, some of the stresses that come from being at home, and now you're just at home all the time, right? So subhanAllah, and there are some that are dealing with increased isolation, in this pandemic. Everyone is struggling in some way. And it is supremely important for us to not assign supremacy to our own difficulties over other people's difficulties, even those within our home. And I look to the example of the Prophet ﷺ for that. Look, if you were married to the Prophet ﷺ after prophethood, there was not a day except that there were a million concerns that you had to deal with, right? So think of Ieasha radiallahu ta'ala anha coming into the household of the Prophet ﷺ and witnessing, that experience. And the life of the Prophet ﷺ as a messenger of Allah is only a little over 2 decades. And there are battles and new episodes and persecution and promise and betrayal and death and uncertainty. And then the Prophet ﷺ being sort of the counselor of the community. There's the role of teaching the community. There's the role of counseling the community. There's just, the difficulty that the Prophet ﷺ had with people taking advantage of his kindness. The Prophet ﷺ unable to say no to so many different people. The case of al-Hujurat, people calling out to the Prophet ﷺ at night, demanding to speak to him. SubhanAllah, think about, a conversation, the Prophet ﷺ sitting with his wife, and it's midnight, and people, bang on the door and yell out to the Prophet ﷺ because they feel that entitled to him. There is the fear of neighboring empire. There is just so much to be concerned about, right? But suffice it to say that no person's difficulties inside or outside the house of the Prophet ﷺ rivaled his in any way. No pursuit inside or outside the house of the Prophet ﷺ rivaled his pursuits in any way, right? But still you see the Prophet ﷺ demonstrating not just, an awareness, but a sensitivity to the priorities and to the difficulties of the members of his household. He doesn't dismiss them, alayhi salatu wassalam. You don't hear the Prophet ﷺ ever say to his wives in the process of adversity, I don't have time for this. Because when you say, I don't have time for this, you're really saying, I don't have time for you, right? I don't have time for this means I don't have time for you. And so it's important for us to, each one of us take a step back and to recognize and acknowledge that, people are going to struggle in different ways. That while we might feel like our difficulties are of a greater magnitude, and they might in fact be of a greater magnitude than some of the other people in our household, right? So, sometimes what distresses my 10-year-old or my 7-year-old, I just look at them and I'm like, I wish I had your problems, right? But the reality is, what, they're going to have their difficulties and their struggles as a result of this. And even if there was no pandemic, right? That's just the way that we function, that there are different things. Now, I can try to convey why I might be more engaged currently in this particular thing. And that's part of enhancing communication, to actually communicate what's on your mind, what's on your heart. Why are you so stressed right now? But at the same time, I should never dismiss the stress or the difficulty of anyone else, because the Prophet ﷺ never used the words, I don't have time for this, right? If the Prophet ﷺ was about to embark on, the most important battle, and every battle that was ahead of him ﷺ was the most important battle, because every battle was highly consequential and putting Islam at threat, because you had a people that wanted to carry out a genocide of the Muslims. The Prophet ﷺ never loses sight of the things that are taking place around him. And so it's important to demonstrate an awareness. It's important to be sensitive to those things, and to not say, I don't have time for this, because I don't have time for this means I don't have time for you. We should try to expand our emotional bandwidth as much as possible, especially for those in our household, especially for al-aqrabun, those that are closest to us. Oftentimes, and of course, we only have a certain amount of bandwidth and emotional capacity. We expend all of it outside, and we don't leave any of it for the inside. And so right now we're learning a lot about ourselves, and we're learning a lot about our families in the midst of these lockdowns. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala instills sakina and tranquility always in our households. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put sincerity and steadfastness in us all. May Allah Azza wa Jalla allow us to move forward always as individuals, as families, as communities, for good. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive us when we lose sight of ourselves, and when we lose sight of his greatness subhanahu wa ta'ala and what he commands of us of rising to noble causes. Allahumma ameen. Jazakumullahu khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh. Thank you so much for that. There's so much for us to learn as far as our religion and raising our children. And I just don't know if there's enough of that going around. What can we do to get more of this education stuff, Islamic education, to parents, to to our communities? I think we're lacking that.
I think that there needs to be a harmonious marriage, to use the right words, between those that are in the field and those that are in the field of producing scholarship, and of course those that produce scholarship in different ways, right? So Islamic scholars, along with mental health professionals and family therapists and people that actually work on the ground. And there needs to be content that's produced, and then there needs to be a programming element of that content, inshallah ta'ala. Because a lot of people think that the things that are happening to them and their families are unique to them. Mm-hmm. And while every struggle is unique, I think that anyone that works with people on a regular basis can see trends, right? Can start to identify, even with no formal education on it, you start to make connections. Like, I remember a client like this. I remember a person who, had the same type of attitude, and it played out in such a similar way. And so I think that, that's important for us, inshallah ta'ala. And certainly something that we try to do at Yaqeen. We're very blessed, alhamdulillah, to have, people that are qualified, experts to also help write on trauma and grief and family with that Islamic element to it. So we're trying to do more of that, and I don't think we'll ever do enough of it. And inshallah ta'ala, we need to be able to hold hands with other institutions like An-Nisa, inshallah ta'ala, to not just deliver content, but to also hear back as to what we need to do better, what content we can embolden organizations like yours with, inshallah ta'ala, to better serve.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And I think we're all relying on Yaqeen to take the lead on this, because I know last year when you did a lot of research on women, suddenly the women are empowered. So I think, inshallah, if we can do this on family and, you know, just parenting, maybe, I think everyone listens to Yaqeen, right? So I think it will be really good for many communities, inshallah.
Allah help us rise to that amana. Thank you for your vote of
Ameen.
confidence, and inshallah ta'ala, we'll try to do better, and we're always listening to people like yourself, inshallah ta'ala, as to how we can do better.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so we'll move over a minute. I would like to, I know, Sadaf, just 1 second. I just wanted to bring Amna Ishaq on. She is going to be doing the next segment of our program. So she's also a social worker and a voice on many fronts. Okay, if you a person with a lot of experience in, you name it, politics, social work, activists, everything, mashallah. So are we ready for a panel discussion? Or do I have a few minutes to talk? Okay. So Amna, I just wanted to try a lot of what Dr. Hamdan is talking about. I know that you also do a lot of counseling with the youth and all of that. I wanted for you to just give a little bit of insight of what you see during your counseling. And especially, I know we have been having a lot of kids, young kids who are being bullied and they're thinking of suicide and all of this stuff. So I just want to get a couple of minutes inside of what you're thinking.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Yes, Bibi, we are seeing a lot of youth coming in to An-Nisa, and I do have the privilege of counseling many of them. And what Dr. Hamdan was saying about children that are trying to hurt themselves, and a lot of times these children are not, they're not attempting to kill themselves, but they're harming themselves. A lot of self-harm is going on, like cutting and just trying to hurt themselves. And that's a cry for attention. That's a cry for, see me, look at me, I'm here. And I've had several cases in the past 6 months that have been cutting, and a lot of times they're poking themselves, they're doing different things. And I've seen that it is, and when I get into it with them, when I'm actually talking to them, I see later on, like we're seeing in our sessions, that this is a means for them to either be closer to, like they're not getting attention from either their family, their parents, their siblings, or friends. They're having a lot of issues with friends and low self-esteem, but it all does stem from what's going on in the household. And a lot of the girls, especially the girls that I have been counseling, they have the relationship with their fathers are not as strong. And I want to emphasize that strong relationship for a girl with her father is pivotal, especially at a young age. It is such, that self-esteem that she gets, that self-esteem, that self-love that she has for herself comes from that mother figure and that father figure. But that role model that she's going to see her, she's going to see other men seeing her, that's going to be from her father. And I've seen that with several girls that I have been doing counseling with. And it is a cry for attention. They want that attention from either their mother or their father. And I've seen with the ones that I've been working with, it has been those relationships with their father figure. So, I mean, I'm so happy that Dr. Hamdan spoke about parenting. Her presentation was so amazing. And I think it's an eye opener for many of us parents, even me as a social worker, as a counselor. I'm learning every day, just like Sadaf said too. And I'm so happy that An-Nisa is doing this. Like, I'm so proud of you, Bibi, and Safra. Safra is doing so much. So alhamdulillah, I'm seeing a lot. And we've been seeing a lot of children. Like I had asked Shaykh Omar Suleiman about children with special needs. So inshallah, maybe in our next panel discussion, we can talk a little more about that as well.
Thank you so much, Amna. I'd like to introduce Amna Ishaq. Amna Ishaq is a licensed master's social worker and therapist with An-Nisa Hope Center. She received her bachelor's and master's degree in social work from Florida State University and the University of Georgia. She has a background working with abused children and foster care youth in the juvenile justice system, domestic violence victim, low-income families, and the homeless. And anybody who lives in Houston has to know Amna because she is the most avid social justice advocate for so many causes in the greater Houston area. And if Amna's on your team, you're set. So thank goodness, Amna, that you're with us and you work with An-Nisa. I want to introduce our power couple. We have our power couple panelists with us. Ustadah Lobna Mulla, I'm so proud to introduce, is a motivational speaker, a community educator. She has been working as a youth mentor for the past 2 decades in multiple capacities. Additionally, Ustadah Lobna serves as an IOK Muslim chaplain at UCLA. She graduated from California State University and studied Arabic, Quranic recitation, and Islamic sciences under Azhari scholars residing in Egypt. MashaAllah, we are so proud and lucky to have you, Ustadah Lobna, today. We also have Shaykh Suhail Mullah, who currently serves as the IOK Muslim chaplain at both UCLA and CSUN. Additionally, he is the director of the Los Angeles branch of the Khalil Center and also serves as resident scholar at the Islamic Society of West Valley. Shaykh Suhail earned his bachelor's degree in African American Studies from the CSUN, his master's in social welfare from UCLA, and another bachelor's degree in Sharia Islamic law from Al-Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt. We are so lucky and blessed to have you guys in our community and on our panel. And we look really forward to hearing an enlightening discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Ustadah Lobna and Sheikh Suhail. I'm so privileged to be here with y'all today. Y'all are a dynamic duo couple. It's amazing, alhamdulillah. And this part of our segment for our webinar is going to be an interactive panel discussion, inshallah. And it's going to be about, am I doing the right thing? It's basically a culmination of everything that our speakers have discussed throughout the program. And it's going to focus on questions from the parents and youth alike. So the questions have been sent in from our registered participants and they were pre-chosen. And the questions are going to be focusing on parenting advice, youth issues, family communication, and healthy boundaries. And I know that both of you are, mashallah, y'all are experts in this. And I know that y'all have children of y'all's own, and we're so excited to have you answer these questions for the parents and for our youth, because y'all are working with the youth. You understand what they're going through, and also your parents as well. And you're dealing with a lot of these parents. So I'm going to start off with one of the first questions, and I'm going to kind of alternate between the two. I'm going to ask a question from the parents' perspective and then the youth perspective. So that way we can kind of balance it out, inshallah. So the first question is, my relationship with my parents seemed to have fizzled away. How can I spend time with my parents when they are so busy with work and responsibilities? And this is coming from the youth perspective. Please, either one of you can jump in.
I'll start. And first, I just wanted to thank An-Nisa and Sister Amina and all of you working with An-Nisa for asking us to be a part of this. And we're really excited to be here. Jazakumullah khairan. Yeah, that's a great question. And relationship issues, subhanAllah, regardless of who's struggling with them, can be difficult. And one of the ways I think I really applaud this youth for asking this question. One of the ways I think is effective in trying to reignite a relationship, even when it's parent and child, is to approach that parent and say, give them a hug or whatever, something that you're comfortable with, and say, I really missed you. I hope we can spend more time. And that may, depending upon the dynamics that are already there, that may shock the parent, that maybe they're not used to. Maybe in their eyes, you seemed aloof. It's really interesting. It's a two-way street, this whole relationship thing. Oftentimes when people fizzle, whether it's a husband and wife or parent and child or friends, both parties see the relationship from a different perspective. So the parent may be thinking, well, actually, you've been just kind of doing your own thing. And from the child's perspective, they may be thinking, well, the parent is quite busy and aloof. Regardless of the situation, I think expressing your feelings is so empowering and impactful, saying, I really miss you, I want to spend more time. And depending upon the relationship, the parent may not know how to react to that, or they may really welcome that. It may not be a magic wand, but that's definitely a start. And I think one of the nice things is for you the youth that was asking this question is maybe take a proactive approach. If you know that there's something that they like, something small, something that they like to eat, you know, you get them something small, you know, offering to go somewhere, really just a short little trip somewhere, even if it's just a park close to home, or asking, do you want to go on a walk? Something that you know that your parents like, go ahead and ask them to do those things, and be patient, because it does take time. I think, you know, you taking that proactive approach and also expressing your feelings, not putting any negativity or blame, like you're always so busy or you don't pay attention to me, but putting it in the positive and saying, I miss you, I want to spend more time with you. Inshallah, that should be a good start. And hopefully we'll see some reciprocation, inshallah.
Sheikh Mullah, or Sheikh Suhail, you want to jump in on that and help her out with that question as well?
MashaAllah, she hit it on the head. I mean, that's why she answered the question.
Okay, inshallah, since she answered that question, we'll give you the next one. But Sister Ustadah Lobna, that was an amazing answer. And, you know, honestly, even in counseling, we talk about clear and direct communication. And it's hard because in our cultures, we aren't taught that a lot of times. And I think emphasizing that with our youth and our parents about clear and direct communication is very vital. And I'm glad that you said that you need to be directly talking to your parents. And, you know, when we do it in different ways, they're not going to get it. But we have to break that cultural barrier as well, because we have it in us. We do. Okay, so the next question. How do I address issues with my children without them rebelling against Islam? So, Sheikh Suhail, I'm going to give this one to you since this is from the parents' perspective.
You know, how do I address issues with my children without them rebelling? Bismillah. First of all, as Lobna mentioned, you know, much love to Sister Bibi and all the great people at An-Nisa. It's really a pleasure for us to be invited into your space and your place. And I heard a bit of what Sister Amina was mentioning before we got on, and mashallah, you have some powerhouses working with you, no doubt. So, you know, Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Dealing with our children and engaging them in terms of their life learning process, teaching them about their deen, teaching them about themselves, teaching them about life, is a constant thing that we have to navigate, right? And that conversation, that constant life conversation, looks different with different children. And I think that's the first thing to really highlight, is that how we speak to our children is going to vary from child to child. And when you talk about children who are struggling with their deen, who are, you know, trying to balance or trying to figure out, maneuver, navigate through life and the difficulty of life, and trying to be, you know, a cool American kid, whatever that means, right? And everything that entails, and trying to be somebody that fits in on every level, and Islam may get in the way of that. How that communication looks different really from child to child. As far as some children, they need to be encouraged, they need to be coddled, they need to be spoken to in a very soft tone, and they need to be, you know, dealt with a lot of love. And with other children, it may take a more direct approach. It may take a more of an approach of, look, this is your Islamic responsibility, and I know you have a lot of love for Islam, and your whole life you have been somebody who has said that Islam is something that is so near and dear to you. Let's talk about this. What's going on here? Right, so opening the conversation, and I think with all young people, with all youth, it's about opening that conversation as opposed to dictating that conversation. And I think all of as parents, that's a struggle, right? Excuse me. Alhamdulillah. As parents, that's a struggle. Being able to find a space where we don't get into lecture mode, right, and where we are actually going to open up dialogue, open up conversation, and a non-direct approach is oftentimes the best way to do that. You know, Lobna is quite good at that. You know, just when one of our kids is struggling with something, you open up a light conversation or matter with them, and let it lead into that. but oftentimes a direct approach is going to provoke a very sort of standoffish, response. So finding a way to get into your a child, and the parenting style varies from mother to father, and so really being very strategic in how you work as a couple in dealing with each of your individual children based on their different personalities, and approaching it in a very calculated way, where you're going to make sure that you're going to get a conversation out of them and not a lecture into them.
Subhanallah. That's I love that y'all are, you're sharing your tidbits on how y'all parent. That's amazing. And I like the fact that you mentioned about how each child has their own personality, because that is very significant in parenting. We have to parent where that child is, because my son is very different from my daughter. So it is very different how we approach our children. And I like how you said Ustadah Lobna talks to each child by not indirectly, but kind of easing into the issue that they're that they're having. And that's very important, because, sometimes when you're very direct, it turns them off. And I love that advice. Thank you so much for that. So, okay, either one of you can take this one, but this is from a youth perspective. What is the best advice for my parents if they are constantly comparing me to other children around them, whether it be somebody in the extended family, my cousins, other children in the community, my siblings, and we see this happening a lot. So we really, as parents, need advice. And I love the fact that a youth asked this. Please, either one of you can jump in.
Yeah, I'll take this, and the issue of parents comparing their children to other children in the community is really, I'll be very direct here, is a disastrous way of really raising your child. Your child is themselves. They're not somebody else. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave them the body, the mind, the understanding that they have, and gave them the environment in which they were raised in, and gave them certain inclinations and passions and their own individual hopes and dreams, and to put them on a barometer or a thermometer and compare them with others in the community is a really poor way to bring your child up. Deal with your child for who they are. Let them compete against themselves, not about somebody else, not with somebody else, right? And so any parent that is really how does a child correct their parent? That's a difficult question, right? If their parent is the one taking that approach, but if they have the ability to have a mature conversation with their mom and dad, say, Mom, Dad, I am who I am. Love me for who I am, for what I'm about. I don't want to be like somebody else. I want to be like me, and I want to do me well, right? And so, but that takes a certain level of maturity and some, emotional balance to be able to have that sort of difficult conversation with their parents. But for parents, for all of you parents out there, treat your child, love your child for who they are. I don't care if such and such is a doctor, or such and such is a lawyer, or such and such is, I don't care. What does that see? And then we have to ask, what does that tell us about ourselves? That means that we are concerned about what other people think. And when we raise our children in that paradigm by concerning ourselves with other people think, as opposed to wanting my child to be the best that they can be and wanting me to have the best relationship I can have, they're two very, very different perspectives. So that needs an absolute adjustment.
Sister Amina, Jazakumullah khairan as well. Sister Amina, if I could just offer maybe a phrasing I hope that a youth can share is also expressing to your parents how that makes you feel. Oftentimes, it is a cultural upbringing, it is a familial upbringing, that the best way to motivate your child is to kind of set off this competition, because that's how that parent was raised. So it's normal to them. They may not even realize how upsetting that is to you. You know, you maybe in the past, the conversation has been, oh, why don't you do this like so-and-so? It's like, well, I'm not so-and-so. And so it just seems like this argumentative thing. And of course, that is the understanding that Sheikh Suhail was trying to impart on the parents, how detrimental that is. For the child, I wonder if we mentioned something like, mom, dad, when you say those things, I feel like you don't appreciate what I have to. No, I'm just trying to encourage you. Well, Mom, it doesn't work. When you use this, it doesn't encourage me. It makes me feel like what I'm doing is not pleasing to you. And that can be a great conversation starter. So oftentimes we assume that the other person knows that it's annoying or detrimental, but they really don't understand how it impacts you. And that might be helpful in sharing.
So actually, you know, the next question is from the parents' perspective, but it kind of alludes into what we were just talking about. It's the other question is actually, what do you do when your child's dreams don't align with your dream for your child? Especially, for example, like you want your child to become a doctor, a hafiz, or a lawyer, or an alim, or something that you think that is best fitting for that child and their personality because you think you know your child the best. Because a lot of times parents were like, oh, you'll live a happier life if you're, you know, well off and you're a doctor and you're making lots of money. And that I don't think that parents are saying it necessarily from a bad place, but you know, how do we tell the parents, and how do we talk to parents who are really struggling with that? They're like, my child's dream is not aligning with mine for them. So what would you say to those parents?
Right. And I think those just like with the last question, there's two conversations, right? One is this is directed to parents, and then another is with young people who have to struggle with their parents in this fashion. So as regarding the first one, for parents that want your children to pursue a certain career path or, you know, walk a certain way, you know, in this life, again, it's really important for a young person to be successful, for any person at any age to be successful. They have to like what they're doing, right? To you know, to give your time, energy, to be able to study for hours, to be able to, you know, be motivated to always be at the top of your class, and all of that you want all of that from your child, right? You want them to be the best in whatever it is they're doing. But part of the equation there is they have to have a passion and an interest in that particular, you know, path that they're pursuing. So when we have something that we have outlined for our children, you know, it's really important to step back and say, look, this is what I've always wanted. This was I've always dreamed of. I've tried to groom them to become such and such, right? But ultimately, I want my child to be happy. And ultimately, even before that, I want my child to be somebody who is first and foremost, somebody who's very connected to their deen, right? And so understanding what are the most important priorities, and then looking at secondary priorities is important perspective to take. Well, okay, alhamdulillah, my kid is a good practicing Muslim, good, alhamdulillah. My kid, are they happy? Are they happy in what they're doing? Are they happy in the life that they're pursuing? And to have that conversation with your children. And that may look, and you can, it doesn't mean that you can't encourage and push them in a certain direction. But imposing is something else, right? You know, you have a great analytical mind. You would make an amazing lawyer. Are you interested in pursuing that field? Are you interested in really going down that line? Versus, you know, our whole life, we've wanted a lawyer in the family, and you are going to be that one, and no matter what. And we're going to, you know, there's two different approaches. So the approach is really different. You can push and you can encourage, but it has to be done with love, and it has to be done with an open ear. Like, what are they saying? What do they want?
Subhanallah, alhamdulillah. I actually, you know, as a mom myself, I totally see what you're saying. There's a way you can go about it, right? I love how you mentioned that, Sheikh Suhail. There's a way you can you can talk to your child. You can tell them you know, like you have a great analytical mind, or you love helping people, or these are types of ways like you can encourage your child to do things maybe that you see for them, but also it's kind of gearing them. You're kind of guiding them. It's kind of like a guidance, but if they choose something else, it's okay. But there are ways. And I love how you brought that up, because a lot of times it is the way, like I've wanted a child that was a doctor my whole life, and you have to be that. And that approach isn't going to work, because children are going to be like, well, just because they want it, I'm not going to do it, right? So there's a way. And if you want your child to fulfill your dreams of doing something, there might be a way to take the path, how you said, Shaykh Suhail.
And conversely, and if I may jump in, Sister Amina, you know, I think, and life experiences also told us and shown us that there are a lot of people who are unhappy in life because they were put on a certain path. They spent 10 or 15 years studying something, and then that they never wanted to do that, but they were always pushed down that road, and now they're unhappy, and now they're switching careers back to what they wanted to do, because either they couldn't be successful because they just didn't have that, you know, sort of tuning right to doing that work, whatever that may be, or the fact that, you know, there's so much resentment and things built up, and like, you know, I want to do what I want to do, but it took them so long, and really, and the parent ultimately did understand that too, hopefully, but there's so much, you know, unnecessary stress and that was placed on that young person's shoulders that could have been avoided if you listened to your child from the beginning.
Very true. We're a guidance. We are here to guide our children and to help them, not to push them and put them in the direction that we want, but we can guide them in the right direction that we see. But if they go another way, inshallah, subhanallah, and that's what we have to accept, inshallah. So the next question. So this is, it's from the child's perspective, from the youth's perspective. How should parents recognize that I am not a kid anymore and change the way they instruct me or set expectations with me? I am a young adult now and not a 5-year-old anymore. So yeah, this is a very impassioned question, and it's very something that we need to talk about with our parents. Please, any one of you.
Absolutely. Bismillah, I'll start, inshallah. That's really difficult because as a child, and I don't mean age-wise, but you being a child of your parent, subhanAllah, you will always be your parent's child. And it is a very difficult shift out of their deep love. And of course, parents show love in different ways. Sometimes it is that hyper parenting, a lot of detail, a lot of direction, a lot of insisting on their opinion. You know, love can be shown in different ways, or can be very hands-off approach. But out of that deep love, you know, the parents will always want the best for their child. And of course, they do it in the way that they know best. And that, of course, can make an adult child, or, you know, a young adult feel like they're still being looked down upon, and they don't like that approach. It's a difficult thing to manage. And I would kind of approach this from two perspectives. One, to address parents that, you know, we have the hadith from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he directed us and how to engage with our children. Maybe Shaykh Suhail, I don't want to mess up the ages, but can you help me on it's like play with them until a certain age, and then instruct them until a certain age. And I think at the age of like 15, if I'm not, it's like first 7 years, play with
15,
them.
befriend them.
Yeah, next 7, instruct them. You know, you're telling them what's right from wrong. You're teaching them all the things. And then I think 14, 15, befriend them. And it doesn't mean, hey, go party together in the wrong place. I don't mean that kind of friendship, but meaning now you're going to talk to them in a different manner. So this is something, subhanAllah, even in our Islamic heritage. Parents, I think it's very important for us to change the way that we interact, again, and all of the things that we've been talking about so far, whether it's something Islamic advice we want to give or career advice. You know, later I think we're going to probably, I don't know if marriage advice, I don't know if that's going to be a question, but all of those things, we feel like we're going to, as parents, we want to take the same approach as my word is the end word, and you're going to have to listen to what I say. That's not the way to go about it. Sometimes, like Sister Amina, like you mentioned, just because you're saying things in a forceful way, you may just kind of invoke that wanting to rebel. And unfortunately, when we push children, whether it's down a marriage path, Sheikh Suhail, you've seen this, I know, a career path, people will rebel. And let's say it's even career or even Islamically, just, I want you to become Hafiz, or I want you, you must do this thing. Of course, we want to guide, we want the best for our children. But what ends up happening, not only may they rebel in that thing, they may just break everything altogether. We've seen marriages break because the child themselves have had such an identity struggle. They've felt kind of pushed down upon by their parent. Not overly trying to blame parents. Of course, we know what we know and we try to do our best. But when children feel pushed and have low self-esteem and felt like their opinion never mattered in so many things, they may drop everything, literally Islam, career, marriage, all in one shot and say, I'm out of here. And we've seen it happen. So that's an extreme example, but I want parents to understand. So let's become, let's use the prophetic example. Oftentimes when we talk about the prophets, people say, no. These prophets were very strong. Peace and blessings be upon them. I can't be like them. Yes, you can. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose human beings to be examples for us. And this beautiful piece of advice from Prophet Muhammad is so compassionate. And we see that in so many different examples, in the way that he interacted with his family members, with the community, with Anas, the young boy that lived with him. He, when he wanted to redirect him, he didn't chastise him. He never tell him, why did you do this? Or why didn't you? So let's take that example. And as a child, sometimes it's very tempting to say, I'm not a kid anymore. Don't talk to me like that. It's probably not going to get the best result if you say that to your parent directly in that way, but perhaps it's being an ongoing conversation. Mom, Dad, I love getting your advice. I really, appreciate the attention and your guidance. I would appreciate it that we have a conversation that includes my opinion. I will feel more included. Right now, I feel like you're talking at me and you're just telling me. And I do feel like when youth want to share, young adults want to share their opinion, don't just back off at the first sight of conflict. Maybe later say, Mom, I did the research on this career, or, this ethnicity that I want to marry into, this is a good person. And here's some, go back, present your case. Don't shy away from the first level confrontation. Don't let it get to a heated shouting match. It doesn't need to happen that way. So it does take patience, does take lots of dua, and it takes you being able to act like an adult and share your opinions and share your feelings too. So don't give up, inshallah.
I want to add one last thing to that. Lobna, you said something really important, and that is, sometimes parents, they actually end up competing with their children. And, if you, subhanAllah, I talk to a lot of youth, and when I hear them engage and when we talk about big life issues, they always surprise me with the depth that they bring and the perspectives that they have. My own children, the same, when we talk about matters that are, societal matters or politics or whatever, I'm always so happily surprised with the depth that's there. And so that shows me, number one, that I have a certain bias, right, in terms of wait a second, they're still young and what do they know? And when I hear, but I've seen some parents, they actually end up competing with their children. So when they being articulate and being able to, emotionally maintain themselves and contain themselves, and they want to impose an authority. But it's not about that anymore. It's about helping your child grow. It's not about, bashing heads with them or making sure that what you say is going to be done, period. It's about working it out together. And the older your children they get, and the further into adulthood they get, it's they're taking over the input part. Their input is much more a part of the reality than it is when they were younger, when they needed to be guided and they needed to be directed. So you have that. A parent has to make that shift over time and make sure that they're not, check their own parenting style.
Yes, thank you so much for that. I'm so happy that y'all touched upon that, because it is a lot of the parents that are having children that are older, they're turning 16, 17, and you see these children rebelling. And it is a lot of times because we haven't had that clear and direct understanding, or that communication. Communication is key, and it is the prophetic way as well. So this question is from a parent's perspective, and we actually have clients that are struggling with this at An-Nisa, and I know a lot of social service organizations that are working with clients or parents that have children with special needs. So I do want to address this, and it was a question that was just sent to me. How can parents handle children who have difficult attitudes, or have children who have special needs such as autism or dyslexia or learning disability? Because there are a lot of, we think that it's not happening in our communities, and it's still a stigma. Autism, dyslexia, these learning disabilities are a stigma, and parents are having to deal with that. How can they help themselves, and how can they help their child, because they're going through a lot?
I'll speak to it briefly, and I think Lobna can probably provide a good amount of insight too, inshallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "La yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha." Allah doesn't burden the soul with more than it can bear. And, I think that can be a healthy concept for one to kind of introspect with themselves and say, Allah has given me this particular test and given me a child who has, a higher needs, who demands more of my attention, and who I struggle with every day. But there's a reason for that. What is required of me? And I think that's a question that we need, people that find themselves in that situation need to ask that all the time. Allah gave this to me for a reason, and how do I put myself forward in the best way? And just one small piece of advice is that there are a lot of resources that parents that do have high needs children should absolutely access. Right? There are resources to help shoulder some of that burden and difficulty that comes with having children. I work with one family, and they have a young child who has autism, and I was really shocked that in California we call it the regional center. I don't know in other places what it is, but there's resources provided by the state or the county for families that have children with autism or other developmental disabilities and so forth. And they're actually coming now to the house to spend a few hours a week with them. First, obviously we have COVID, but they're spending time with them outside, and so those resources are actually there, right? And that's quite fantastic, subhanAllah. So number one, access whatever you can to ensure that that burden is shared, so to speak. I don't like to use the word burden, excuse me, but that extra responsibility is shared. And number two, as a parent, make sure you take care of yourself and you have a place to go and download and share your struggles. And if that means seeking therapy, just to have a place to, because that can often lead to a situation of implosion between husband and wife, because that pressure is so heavy in the family. And a husband and wife can often get into it because they don't know how to deal with their child, and they may end up blaming each other. And so it can be so get some external help, I do know people that have high needs children, and they do regularly seek therapy, and it becomes a place where they can, get some relief, and be able to just share the difficulty that they're holding. And that in and of itself is helpful for them. So take care of yourself. Right? The point is take care of yourself as well.
And that's a very great, thoughtful advice. And to continue on that path, a lot of times what makes it difficult for parents is a lot of the thoughts that go in their head. There's a lot of, competition, I would say, amongst just people in general, forget about the community, it's people in general, right? On social media, they post the picture perfect, you know, all little kids lined up in a row and they're ready to go to school, or they're all behaving, or look, my children just memorized, or look what my children are, how happy our family is. Those things can just eat away at you, right? So there's that competition. There's the judgment that's for real out there, unfortunately. You know, we still have a long way to go in learning how to be empathetic with one another, to be grateful for the blessings that we have while being sympathetic, compassionate, empathetic to people with their different needs. So somebody may share something so difficult, like, you know, I'm just not able, for my child's not able to do this thing, or we keep butting heads, and there is an issue, you know, when you say like a difficult attitude, it's nothing you can do to change it, unfortunately, right? But we have to change on how we approach it. And you may talk to a friend and the friend just kind of shoots right back, well, my child is phenomenal, you know, and it just crushes you. And it just, so, you know, there are so many factors that can really make it difficult for us. So first and foremost, when Shaykh Suhail is mentioning, be compassionate to yourself, you know, and try to reckon, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this a test, whether it's a child that's rebelling, it's a child that has special needs, a child that has any type of, you know, learning disability, whatever it is that they have, or different learning ability, I should say. Understanding that all blessings are a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's a test. Are we going to be grateful for it? What are we going to do with those blessings that we have? And struggles are a test. Are we going to be patient? Are we going to call upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And it's difficult. It is not easy to have all of this in your head. And that's why that advice is so good from Shaykh Suhail, is to get that support that you need. Although I know it's not so readily available and easy all the time to access, but do what you can. So reckoning first, this is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Try to boost your kind of like spiritual food that you take in. One of the advices that I got, I think is really powerful, is wake up every morning and think of things that you're grateful for, and try to think of something, you know, 5 different things every day. And they can be so, you know, thank God, alhamdulillah, I have socks to keep my feet warm. Thank God that I have enough food to eat. Thank God that, you know, my child gives me a kiss and says, I love you, even after they maybe beat me up, or, you know, whatever it is. You know, there are all kinds of challenges. So starting the morning with gratitude, tying it back as a test to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, making lots of dua, you know, wake up in the middle of the night, do your tahajjud, and ask Allah for help in your matter. These things will help you to have that spiritual fortitude to kind of keep going. And also, you know, oftentimes, subhanAllah, and it's sad that we have this in our community and in our society in general, but particularly in some of our communal understanding, is that, you know, we're being punished for something, that there's something that we didn't do right, whether it's parenting style or whether it's some type of like religious thing that we didn't do properly. And this is some type of a punishment. And that can eat away at a person. And that's just terrible. SubhanAllah. So again, adding on to the guilt. So to remove all of that, you know, getting your spiritual kind of grounding, your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I would say that's first and foremost. Then everything can come from there. That is part of self-care, but it's also helping to get your kind of thought process right. And finally, do seek that support. Some people, it takes time for them to find, either to have the resources to get you know, therapy, or to find the right one that jives with them, or to find somebody that's close enough, all of those things. But inshallah, you know, there are a lot of resources. So keep asking. Alhamdulillah, we have An-Nisa. But also, even that one friend that's able to listen to you from time to time, you don't want to burden them, but that support group. And I hope we have more and more support groups for, you know, families that have children with special needs. It's so refreshing to be able to share. There's something very comforting from people being able to share their, you know, their challenges, and hearing other people have the same, you know, and that you're not alone, and that sometimes you maybe did the wrong thing, but then you went back and you hugged your child, or you said you were sorry, or you changed your path. So it's refreshing to hear all of those things. So I think from a thought perspective and a spiritual perspective, and then a practical approach of seeking help, inshallah, those can be helpful.
Thank you so much for that. And, you know, honestly, I just got you know, we have clients that are on right now listening, and I know that they're really thankful for what y'all just said, because a lot of them are struggling with their spirituality. And a lot of that, we have several clients that are single mothers. They're taking care of children with special needs on their own. And they need, and you know, as a community, we have to come together. And that's why we have organizations like An-Nisa and the Khalil Center and so many different organizations. We have to build upon that, because there's women and men out there dealing with this without a spouse, without somebody helping them. So I want to let you know, if you're listening and you're a client of ours or anybody's, we are here for you. We love you, and we are your family. And I'm so happy that Ustadah Lobna and Shaykh Suhail mentioned this, because I know y'all are struggling out there, and we are here for you, and we're trying our best. And, you know, hold on to what they just said. Allah tests us, but it is just a test. And inshallah, you're going to have such a beautiful abode in Jannah, and we have Jannah goals, and I want you to try to focus on those Jannah goals and get there, inshallah, and it will be so much more beautiful in that life.
I want to add one thing, if I could, sorry, Sister Amina, because what you said just touched me, and this particular part of our community deserves as much support from us as possible. So one other just kind of point of encouragement, and I'm sorry, I know we wanted to move to other things, but really people that fall within the category, you know, we have a tremendous amount of love and respect for you, tremendous amount of love for respect to you, to know that you carry these things in life and have to walk that. I want to share one thing. Some of the most beautiful people I know in my life are people who have tremendous family obligations and who have tremendous, you know, they're carrying a lot because their children came with, need a lot of care and need a lot of time. And I think there's a secret to that. And the secret to that is that they've embraced it. And they said that, you know, this Allah has given me this, and I'm going to do it. I'm always going to put a smile on my face because Allah has given me so much. And there's a secret in those people. There really is. They're some of the most beautiful people I know. They have so much they're dealing with, but yet they're always smiling. They always say, Alhamdulillah. They're thankful, and they walk in this world in a special way. So there's something very special about those people.
Subhanallah, subhanallah. So yes, so we do have a lot of more questions, but we are running out of time. We have actually gone over a little, but thank you so much, Sister Lobna, Ustadah Lobna, and Shaykh Suhail. This was very informative for all of us. And I'm, like I said before, all of you that are listening, this is great parenting advice. This is great advice for our youth. Please take it and know that Allah is with you, and all the struggles will, inshallah. We all have our goals, inshallah, in Jannah. But I'm going to go back and give it to Sada for Bibi. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Amna. Thank you so much, Ustadah Lobna and Shaykh Suhail, for your wonderful, enlightening advice. And you did lovely answers to the questions. We have so many more questions for you, and we wish that we had more time, but we really appreciate it. Amna, you did a great job. And I also wanted to mention that at An-Nisa, we also do have support groups for special needs moms, for special needs siblings, led by our counselor, Sister Taira, led by Sister Amina. So mashallah, that is something that we knew was a need, and we made sure that we have those support groups. So, and we work with mashallah Muhsin and Darus Sakina, which are amazing organizations for special needs. But I know we have to wrap up, and I really, really appreciate you guys. You guys did a wonderful job, and you are blessings to the community. With that, I'd like to introduce Safra Khan. Mashallah, she is the marketing director and lead at An-Nisa, and she is our backbone. We are constantly asking Safra to do everything and anything, and she always comes through. She's a gem of a person, a beautiful soul, and I'd like to introduce Safra Khan, the organizer of this whole event. Safra? Safra, you gotta come on. Safra, are you here?
You guys so nice.
Hey, Safra Khan.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed our event today. I hope you guys had an amazing time. I would like to say thank you to all of our speakers for such an amazing event. Imam Ahmed Khan, Sister Isra Chaker, Dr. Ketam Hamdan, Shaykh Omar Suleiman, Ustadah Ieasha Prime, Ustadah Lobna, and Shaykh Suhail Mulla, and of course our amazing moderators, Amina Ishaq, Sister Sadaf Patel, and Sister Bibi Khan. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all of the organizations that has helped us and have supported us through Family Matters. These organizations, you've definitely seen them either market our event, they've been talking about it for like weeks. So it couldn't have been possible without them. I would like to give a shout out to Amood Foundation, Salam Foundation, Care Houston, Eat, Drink Pure, Minaret Foundation, and ISGH. To our viewers today, I would like to say thank you so much for tuning in and spending the day with us, even if it was from the comfort of your own homes. We hope that you were able to take away some gems from the program today. And if you were, go ahead and send it to us. You can send it to us on Instagram, on Facebook, shoot us an email. You can do whatever you'd like, but we would love to hear from you guys. Any kind of feedback, any questions that you may have, we will definitely give it to the speakers and have your questions answered as soon as possible, inshallah. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us today. If you have any other questions or anything like that, please feel free to let us know. And we will definitely be doing more things like this. I really, really enjoyed it. I thought we had a really good time. So I will, you'll definitely be hearing more from us, inshallah. Stay safe, everybody. Assalamu alaikum.